Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, February the 3rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses. I see one big yes from 153 to let me know you guys can hear me, see my screen. And hopefully somebody in YouTube will do the same for me. You can hear me and see my screen. Well, lots happening as usual. Thank you, Pepe. Thank you very much. Okay. I'm going to get to a couple of earnings plays, known ones. PayPal, boy, PayPal's getting slugged here. Here's PayPal, PYPL. PayPal is an earnings play, and it's just getting hit really hard. Look at that, down 17%. Billion in the float almost. Man, oh man, that is a big drop for PayPal. And on the flip side, Palantir earnings play, and up 11%. What's PayPal down? PayPal is down 17%. So Palantir, PLTR earnings play soaring higher. PYPL, PayPal earnings play lower. So two big ones right there, guys. Now, PayPal, where do I see it? Not that much. Yeah, not that much volume in this PL. Just a minute. I'm looking for the if you thought Palantir was going to continue higher, I think there's another one. I think it's PTIR. I don't see it here though. PTIR. Yeah, so this is a two-time long for PTIR, but look at the volume. It's a lot more than the other one that PLTG. So almost a million shares are traded here. So the bottom line is this: if you thought Palantir was going to continue higher, you could buy this. You'll get double the move. Remember, if Palantir moves down a percentage point, it's going to go down too. FATN, I saw this one actually after hours yesterday, FATN. This is an earnings play. They release earnings after hours, kind of maintaining the pop, FATN. Low float, less than a million in the float. And this is a U.S. company, okay, U.S., not China. So anyway, kind of holding. I look left. I mean, if it can get through this 319 area, I mean, it has room. I mean, there's room up into this area. If it can hold the 3 level and maybe start to move again, and that is FATN, very low float. With a volume, 35 million already. So I saw some of you were all charged up about this NPT. This is so far the nonsensical one today. Popped up to $30, right back down to 750. China stock, a lot of volume. I don't see any news on it. Yeah, I don't see any news today on it. And somebody said there were shorts available at one point for Interactive Brokers. Probably not that many. Probably a darn good thing, probably there were no shorts up here available. Anyway, that's NPT. This TERG, this is a double move, a double ETF for TER. So let's get TER up first. It's just down here. It's up 11%. You can see TERG is up almost 23%. So this is an earnings play, but it's actually starting to fall. This is an earnings play, but it's actually starting to fall underneath the VWAP. And spikes 23% after its first $1 billion quarter in years. Okay, now if you thought that it was going to rebound, this is another ETF designed specifically for TER, and that is TERG right here. I didn't see that. Okay, thank you, William. So it's not just an earnings miss, but they're also So is this a is this guy getting turf? Says board decision on CEO change based on execution. Execution is too slow. Okay, well that's not good. I mean, yeah. Wow. Hires new CEO, acknowledges numbers are not good enough. Boy, this could be one of those that just continues down for a while. What is the? It's not quite a lifetime low, but boy, oh boy, it's way down. If you had a lifetime candle, it'd be right at the very bottom here. Let me take a look at a monthly chart. Where is there any support for PayPal? Looks like 4206 in this area. What year? That's back in 2017. So I mean, we're not talking. Do we really think that something that happened 9 years ago is going to hold this? Anyway, yeah, disarray, disarray. Hmm. All right, let's keep going on some of these other ones. GXAI. Um, Now, this says that Amazon AWS is committed to fund preliminary development of this company, TSLA platform. That's what it says. So it popped up to 218, got down to 175. By the way, guys, I was going to hold this GME. I thought for a bit of a swing, but I saw the news on it, and I ended up getting this news hit after news. This is maybe the news about who the company's going to buy, and this is this ADT, and I don't see that that's such a earth-shattering deal. So I took myself out of that trade. I may get back in, but I took myself out of the trade. Get about $1 on it, but I was actually hoping that it would really start to run. But I mean, it may be something different. But working on something monumental, he cannot discuss due to legal counsel. Doesn't prevent him from pumping the stock, of course. But okay. Um, I can always get back in. I can always get back in. The pre-market high today was just a little over 26. Was it mentioned last week? I didn't see that. Okay, I didn't see that. Because if that's the big deal, it's not such a big deal. Well, I don't think it's such a big deal. It might be something else, but anyway, let me keep going here. William, what do you think of this MAMO? MAMO. It's basically they're acquiring a company, but it's been slammed down 60%. I don't know what else they do. I mean, they're just getting absolutely hammered on this acquisition, and that is MAMO. By the way, guys, take a look at silver. I saw this. I saw Hycroft here, HYMC. Take a look at silver and gold. So maybe today is the. I mean, we had a bit of a rebound yesterday. It closed down to what $68 and it's silver anyway, and it got up to 672. So now we have a 9% move, SLV. So obviously we're going to see a lot of silver price as long as this maintains. Okay, as long as this maintains. A lot of silver plays that will be ripping this morning. For how long, I don't know. But here is one of them, HYMC. Boy, I mean, I hit $60, almost $60, and it got down to 34. PDYN, I have that on my list also. PDYN, I don't see it here anymore. PDYN, some kind of a contract, not with the Department of Defense, but some contractor, some defense contractor, unnamed. PDYN secures a contractor with a U.S. defense prime contractor. Okay, so that is PDYN over the 200-day moving average now. An ELAB, I think they're doing a financing. ELAB's doing a financing. Or no, it's an acquisition. I mean, another one, acquisition for $2.25 million. Just getting hammered on that acquisition. That is ELAB. So let me take a look at PayPal. I want to see what PayPal is doing right now on that whole number, 43. What did it get down to? It got down to 42.55. But this is, boy, this could be one of those right off the bat, big short right off the bat. I mean, it's already, I know it's down 17%, but a lot of this news is probably just being absorbed now. You know, this was an earnings play pre-market and the CEO being turfed. Okay, thank you, William. Yeah, it's just getting slammed though on that acquisition. I think this is another earnings play. Yeah, look at IT. IT. It's an expensive one, but down $44, 22%. Not a huge float, 69 million for $157 stock. So this is getting slammed also. IT. Oh, I have no idea 162. I'm just saying, like, I have no idea what it's going to do with the open. I mean, it just has that feel though. But you know, if you're asking me, I mean, I don't know one way or the other. I mean, it seems that with that news and the earnings, the big one though is the CEO being basically disbursed, and there's really no support. You got to go back many years to see these lows. But you know, if I ask what I think, we just have to wait for the open. Because if I say yeah, I think it's going to go down. I don't want you shorting this now. Okay, we just have to wait. It's still underneath the VWAP. So it looks like, take a look at NLR. I mean, it's probably not much volume, NLR, but it looks like the nukes, yeah, the nukes and uranium, not much, not much volume. Ooh, Fubo's getting destroyed here. FUBO. It's an earnings play. Never understood Fubo. Well, I mean, I know what it does, but wow. Well, this is an earnings play, basically sinking to oblivion, guys. And they have announced a reverse stock split. Or 76 right now. I forgot to mention this one, this RELX. This is another one that's just getting, or did I mention? I can't remember. No, I didn't mention this one. Saw this news, shares plunge on AI competition fears. RELX, they're out of the UK, I guess. So Anthropon, Anthropic, the company behind AI chatbox Claude. Investors are concerned about RELX's ability to compete with AI startups in the legal space. Okay, well, I guess, okay, I mean, they're just getting hammered here. And that's a big float, 1.8 billion in the float, to be down 14%. Just on competition worries. And yes, this is shortable for me, Interactive Brokers. Okay, so the Dow was up. So everything was up yesterday. I didn't realize the Dow was up so much yesterday. So take a look at some of the sectors. I'm sure XLE. Well, I know they're all going to be. There's XLE. I just want to take a look at utilities, XLU. How close is it to the 200-day moving average? Yeah, you can see that it's getting closer to the 200-day moving average. Utilities, XLU. Financials was the one that was. I'm sure it probably. Yeah, but it's still pretty close. Not out of the woods yet. It's still reasonably close to the 200-day moving average. The rest of them are soaring away. So, okay. Okay, thank you for that, William. So, MAMO, MAMO. Well, right now it's underneath the VWAP. So there's the VWAP at 154. I think I'll put a price alert a little bit above the VWAP. See if number one, if it can get back over that. A lot of volume already, 25 million. Only 3.5 in the float. What about SOAR? I do not see SOAR anywhere. So I'll take a look at it. I don't see it because, yeah, so I don't look at stocks typically below a dollar. No question. I mean, it's a lot of volume. It's just not showing up on my scans because I don't see stocks under a dollar. Did see this one. I thought you actually had it misspelled. It's SARO yesterday. It was SARO. No, something else. KZ in our YouTube room. What do I think about DAR? DAR? Well, let's take a look at it. Don't see it anywhere. No volume. That's what I mean. There's no volume on it whatsoever. 1,717 shares. So, um, it's had a great run, but not sure what I can really add to it. It's been on a great run. I'm sure the volume will pick up once some market opens or the 9:30 open, but right now there's only 117 shares. RKT on the move here, guys. RKT, Rocket Companies on the move. RKT. So it's above, of course, yesterday's high, and the next high looking left, 2084. This is not an earnings play, but LZ is just getting thumped here. It is not an earnings play. And this was yesterday, announced the inclusion in the S&P Small Cap 600 index. That was, excuse me, that was the news yesterday, but for whatever reason, it had a little pop yesterday, yes, but certainly not sustaining that. So for whatever reason, LZ is moving down. I don't see any news on it other than yesterday being added to the S&P Small Cap 600 index. Let's see if there's an actual date for it or announces included. I don't know if that meant it was included yesterday or it's coming up. Morning, Ozzy. Boy, look at this, 595 for the two-time long for PayPal. Oh, well, let's see what it's doing. I mean, the low in the pre-market so far now is around 42.60 or so. So I'm going to put a price alert right around there to see if it takes it out. And it's having a little bit of a bounce into the VWAP. Let's see if the VWAP does stall it though. You guys are going to get my 9:30 layout up and running. And ahead of that, the SPY is doing. SPY is basically only up a point. Okay, guys, let me get prices always never want never want surfing. All right, so what we're seeing here, these are the top six from my previous layout had the top 15 stocks that are up percentage wise. So these are now the top six. I think we've talked about, I didn't talk about this one, FIEE, underneath the VWAP right now and trading higher. This is, yeah, so it's not quite an earnings play. They're reporting preliminary numbers and that's what's popped the stock. Okay. And it's a China stock. Yeah, so FIEE underneath the VWAP right now, and this is actually, yeah, there's shares available for me to short if I wanted to. At Interactive Brokers, I'm at 41,000, 61,000. Nope, 41,000. So let's see what it does. Either they get close to the VWAP, another low float situation, China low float. Yeah, you see what it did. I mean, it didn't get that close to the VWAP really. It was moving into the VWAP, but it didn't get that close. Talking about the PayPal, PYPL. So yeah, this is looking bleaker by the second here. The Had my alert down here. The pre-market low was around 42, 42.59 or so. And of course, plenty of shares available. 23 million shares at Interactive Brokers are short, so there's plenty of shares. So these are two ways to play Palantir. So I would discount the PLTG. The PLTG only has 192,000 shares traded. PTIR is the better one. If you think Palantir is going to continue to move higher, okay, the massive earnings play, holding the VWAP right now. I'm not saying to do it. I'm just showing you this is an option, cheaper option to play PTIR. There's a million shares are traded. Spread is not terrible. Well, PayPal now right at 43 now, right at 43. Well, looking at, I'm wondering about this RELX. It is now at $30. Yeah, $30. Another one, maybe a potential bounce, but I mean, again, see, at least with this one, you can kind of see, yeah, right there. What low is that? That is $30.10. So that low right there is 30.04. So if it takes out 30, the next low is 28.79 on the day on the monthly chart. Uh, I mean, PayPal guys, PayPal. All right, guys, give me one moment. All right, guys, we got less than a minute to this open, about 40 seconds to the open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I may take a look at PayPal, but that's up to you. I thought that was really later, a lot later, the jolts. Anyway, I can't take a look at my economic calendar right now, but All right, so this race might take a what is the market doing right now? So yeah, this race may take a bit to get going. Here we go. Here's our first one. Silver play, guys. AG. Ooh, pretty erratic right now. Take a look at silver, SLV. Yeah, so silver had that nice move, but okay, guys, there is PayPal now. PYPL at the low of the pre-market. All right, guys. So PayPal is watching it now. This is something I may take early. It's popping just a little bit, but when I say popping, like a 30-cent pop. Still hanging around that 50-cent mark for PayPal. Just waiting to see if it takes out 43 again. We're talking about the PayPal PYPL. Well, it's a decent little pop now from the low of the day, from the low in the pre-market. Well, the low of the market open. I know this looks ugly, guys. It'll settle down. This biggest gainers from the start of the race. A lot of you guys were in feed last week. FEED still the high yesterday was 372. Okay, with the PayPal, I'm going to put another price alert, and right down here, just underneath 43. See if it gets back down there. Meanwhile, I think that Palantir is, yeah, look at this. Palantir is actually giving up in a fairly big way. 165 down to 160. Big opening, and following the SPY, big red candle to start. All right. Somebody asked about SOAR, and well, at least it's getting close to a dollar. If it got to a dollar, 108 is the next high, and then 126. That is SOAR. Um, Not for me. Oh, we had an issue maybe last week and the week before at the beginning, but not for me. Charts are loading quickly. All right, NPT. NPT just got halted on the way down. Yuck. Hmm. No, I'm okay. Today I'm fine on the charts. We have different servers, so it's possible that one of the servers is, and it can happen right at the very beginning of the day. The first 5 minutes or so when you get a lot of data coming in. So I did see the USAR. I did see it in the pre-market, but I just look what it did yesterday. It got up to $26 and it closed down here at 22. So let's see if it can maintain. I mean, that's the big deal. Can it maintain the gains? Fuse was a big one yesterday, guys. FUSE. Let's take a look. Wow, it's moving. Fuse machines. It is moving. The high yesterday was 365. So it is. It is. Shoot, it is moving. John, I really don't have one. I mean, a lot of people talk about the. I never remember the guy's name. There will be people who will. It's more about the psychology of trading. I never remember the guy's name. Somebody will pop it in. A book on the psychology of trading. It's been very popular over the years. Here's the relax, guys. RELX. RELX is now underneath 30, barely. Excuse me. Okay, underneath 30. No, no, no. It's I think it is Douglas, Mark Douglas, or something like that. Mark Douglas, yeah. 20 Robbins. All right, Fat N, guys, is now over 3 again, but it's still underneath the VWAP. So the market, what is the market doing? So the market right now is market is drifting down a bit. This was a big one from yesterday, guys. CADX, and now it is. Yeah, it's been close, sort of close to the high yesterday. CADX, CATX. Not a low float either. 108 million in the float. That was a big move yesterday with that sort of a float. So far, MAMO is not bouncing. MAMO not bouncing at all. Just sort of flatlining at about 130. Mm-hmm. I see Uli at the top here. ULY. I did see this in the pre-market. I think what it did is it pulled all the way back, but here, yeah, here we go. Another low float, I'm sure. Yeah, 2 million in the float. PayPal. All right, PayPal. And NPT came out of the halt and just is well, how disgusting is that one? Seriously. Ought to be a law. All right. Well, guys, I'm in the PayPal. I looking for this bigger collapse. Come on. Now I'm going to put a price alert just underneath to see if I can induce it down a bit more. What time is it now? It's 9:44, so almost 15 in, but I just want to see this one maybe get down to close to 42 or so. All right. Well, as I wait to see what happens with the PayPal short, let's take a look at GXAI, which had some news. I mean, I don't know what the investment was exactly, but Amazon Web Services committed to fund the preliminary development of this company. That's what the release said. All right, FIGR on the way down here, guys. This is not an earnings play, but FIGR, let's take a look left. And the next low looking left is 49.10. So it's below that. So the next low is $44. There's room underneath for this FIGR. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but 44.70. That is basically $4 to the next low on the daily chart. So this is trying to see if there's any reason Bank of America downgraded it, target of 42. This is an earnings play. Galaxy Digital. Okay, this is an earnings play. Moving down on earnings, GLXY. Looks like, if you look at a monthly chart, looks like there could be some support, around the 23 level. So it's not that far away. Arrivederci, Roma. Here we go. ROMA, guys. This was a big one yesterday. Also, another not a low float. China stock, ROMA. Okay, Wolf, guys. WULF, the Wolf. So WULF. Boy, right, interesting area on the daily chart. Another one has some room. 1676 is the next high on the daily chart for WULF. This is not an earnings play. Well, I was looking at a short for this one, RELX, but it is bouncing now, guys. It is bouncing into the VWAP. Wolf on the move, guys. WULF on the move. WULF. Wow, AXTA. Trying to come back a bit here. Then yesterday's high was 33.87, so there's certainly room. Trying to come back a bit. I'm not seeing. It's not an earnings play, so I'm not sure why it's down so much. Yeah, Galaxy is tanking on earnings. Absolutely. 23.78. So yeah, tanking on earnings. Where's the next low? Yeah, 22.21 or so. So there is room. Palantir, boy, Palantir. They did have a little pop after the drop, a little one here, but this is weak, getting weaker. Only up 5% now. Un- Boy, Fig and Galaxy. And remember last week, Unity. So this is week also, guys. Unity, U. Not an earnings play. I don't think it's an earnings play anyway. No, Wednesday. Yeah, so it's on earnings play next week. That's for Unity. Just a minute, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. You know what, guys? I've taken myself out of the PayPal short. I mean, I made a little bit of money on it, but I was hoping for a more catastrophic drop. So I may look at it later. All right, let me take a look at some of these other ones that are cheaper ones. Let's take a look at not so much cheaper. Well, RKT, that's not cheap. Here's another one, not another one. This is not an earnings play, but Sentinel S is just, I mean, moving down. Wow. Meanwhile, look at the SPY, guys. The SPY is getting a little sell-off here. We're actually gone negative now. Remember, at the beginning in the pre-market, looked pretty decent, but now we've basically been in a sell-off mode since the market opened. Yeah, right now it's like pick a short, any short, but it's not that easy, is it? Because sometimes, yeah, they're pretty ugly, but then they bounce a little and takes you out of the trade. Yeah, USAR. I mean, it just cannot hold the gains. Okay, HCHL. This was one from yesterday, right? The Happy City Holdings. I think it was from yesterday. Maybe not. Well, $5. Next high looking left, and it's halted. Okay, it's halted. So let's see where it could open. Is this the first halt of the day? No, it isn't. So this blue window you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. So there's the halt price for HCHL. This column, trying to tell you and give you maybe a little glimpse into the future as to where it could open. So now you saw how you see how that number fluctuated. Just half a second. Well, 5 seconds ago it was around 215, 204 now. So it doesn't. It's just trying to tell you where it could possibly open, and typically they are 5-minute halts. So if this is a 5-minute halt, it's going to open at 10:02 plus 10 seconds. All right, guys. Well, it is actually almost 10 o'clock. So I think what I'm going to do now is, as I'm waiting, maybe on this HCHL to open and see how it does open, go over my homepage and the scans, etc., that you can have from my homepage. Before I do that, though, wow, yeah, the SPY is just getting thumped here now. Some pretty wide bars now. Okay, clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You will see a way in which to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can get 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Doesn't matter what plan you pick, either our standard or our premium service. So, but again, remember the 15%, if you take out a monthly subscription, the 15% is good for the first month only. And all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. It really helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and the trading room. So if you're sitting in the YouTube room right now, and you want to come into a more active room, this is it. You can come into the trading room, and it's free. So you don't have to worry about that. Also, this room, the trading room, is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking for some pre-market action, you can come into that room at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Obi opens it. Thank you, Obi. And I typically take off sometime between 2 and 2:30. But even after I leave, William in the trading room usually will keep the room open after I leave, and it's up to him for how long. he'll let us know later. So that's the advantage of coming into this room. If you're looking for more for pre-market action, then come into this room. It's open at 6:45 a.m. Now, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, click on the education section. And the first thing you must do, this is mandatory, getting started with Trade Ideas, okay? 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the program, you can start off with that second video and go to the end of the videos. That should give you an idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try, okay? You can always try this for a month. If you don't like it, just let us know. You know, the monthly ones are just a month to month, so it's not really a subscription. You can cancel anytime. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you. 15 videos, free videos if you're new to trading. And if you clicked on my homepage link, just scroll down a little bit more. Keep it simple. Get to Trade of the Week. You can sign up for the Trade of the Week right here. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. I do not have the go no go add-on. No, I really like the Cloud Wave or the Trade Wave. I think it'd be overkill to have them both, personally. So plus it's not an add-on. You know, you get it with the subscription. So you can sign up for the Trade of the Week right here. Now, if you sign up for the trade, and again, it's free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Signing up for the Trade of the Week. If you don't think you're getting it before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay. And last, if you're looking for my scans, well, I call them scans. They're not all scans, but click on that middle section. And here is what I'm currently sharing. So here are the two races that I'm sharing. The large cap race right here. And this is a wide open race, a more volatile race right here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act goes up and down. Here is the Halts resumes right over here. And I do have others that I am sharing. You can take a look at them. Again, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you do have questions, you can ask me questions all day long. If it's an accounting question, more than likely I can't help you, but I can direct you to the people who can. Okay? I'm going to go over this race in a bit. So HCHL did not pop when it came out of its halt. Shoot, from your scan, William, the Capri was not a bad one. CPRI, not a bad one. So now another pretty wide bar, two of them now in a row on the SPY. Ugh, this is ugly looking. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know why. Amen. I should have. What did you post about upgrades earlier? SGMT. Okay, not SGML. Okay, SGMT. Guggenheim initiating coverage with a target of 27. Okay, 27. You're a $7 stock. $27 target on it. See anybody else? Wainwright. Well, Wainwright, do they have a target 29? They had some news yesterday announcing a licensed partner with Ascletis or Ascletis. So SGMT, it's over the 200-day moving average now. So on a weekly chart, where could this go? The next high is around $8, a little over $8. So there's certainly room on a weekly chart. That is for the SGMT. H&R Block, this is an earnings play. H&R Block, HRB is an earnings play, okay? This is an earnings play. Moving down on earnings, not a huge amount, 3.4%. Is actually a little positive at the beginning, but moving down now. And that's HRB. Like Fubo. Well, Fubo's having a little bit of a pop here, guys, but it's coming into the VWAP. Okay, so will that stall it? This is an earnings play, basically destroyed. Not just today, but I mean, it's been in a downtrend for a long time. Warner Muller or Warner Music Group, WMG, has earnings coming up a couple of days from now in the pre-market, February 5th. Ahead of earnings, it's starting to slide. Wow, look at the daily chart on this one, $28. So it has room, a dollar. Oh, sorry, maybe I'm wrong. 28.96. So it takes that out. I put a price alert around 28.91 and see if it gets down there. Jebediah, JBDI. Okay, I haven't seen this one for a long time. Remember that month back in September? I'm sorry, that's a 24. That's a long time ago, but I do remember this one. JBDI. Haven't seen, look what it did after that. Just did nothing for almost 2 years, and it just got and it's halted. You know what? I'm going to stop this. I'm going to start it again, see if I can get it looking a little less jumbled. The fat end is just a big bunch of nothing here, guys. Still up 51%, but sliding away. Not shortable for, yeah, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, so Palantir is having a bit of a bounce. So again, this is a double. You get double the move on this one, PTIR, but it's coming into the VWAP. Well, it's 40 cents away. So Palantir, the stock, is looking like this. Now, this is the one that I was really interested in it last week. ANL. Now it's right at the high here. They did a financing actually, $140 million private placement. A lot of shares, 64 million. We did it at $3 or equivalent of 650. A lot of shares. All right, you got me curious about the NPT. The risky business. Oh, it's halted. Okay, it's halted again. How many halts is that? That is 3 halts for it. I'm sorry, 5 halts for it. Where could it open? No big clue. There's the halt price of 817. No big clue on the in this column here. It says 818. So now traders will look at the fact that it got up to almost $30 in the pre-market, but guys, it's got the better of me. Unity got the better of me in that I sort of scalped it instead of holding on to it. If I'd been in a little earlier, I would have been able to hold on. Look at that wave, beautiful wave. But it ended up kind of scalping it, and I should still be in this on the short. Talked about it a little while ago, but Celebi. I'm looking at some bounce plays, but I mean, pretty hard to play a bounce right now, in my opinion. Okay, it's not the market doesn't have to be ripping higher, but just stop moving down. Pretty tough to play bounces. You might get a bounce, but not that much. This is obviously an Amazon two timer. So Amazon must be down about let's call it 1.8%. The stock. Yeah, again, pretty hard to play bounces right now with the market doing this. TIRX from Baba. Yep. I didn't think it would be that cheap, but okay. Yeah, Ramis is also an earnings play. Oh, I know. I know. I know. I'm just kidding you there, Baba. William. To answer the first part of your question, no, there was nothing. All right. Actually, this is a good segue then. I'm going to go into, I'm going to click on new. I'm going to click on dock channel bar. I did it a little too late yesterday, so I'm going to do it now. Click on the show more, and then we're going to take a look at the sector status, okay? The sector status channel. Because here's home builders. XHB is home builders. So, wow, look at silver. I mean, yeah, rebound today. Funny, William. So what you're seeing here, so these are the sectors that we're tracking in this sector top list, okay? These are the ones that we're tracking. So you can see right at the top here, silver and gold ripping, okay? And the nukes and uranium plays, NLR, that's a neat. And here's home builders, okay? On that news, XHB on that news, okay? So it's interesting with the SPY down. It's interesting that 73% of these sectors are above yesterday's close. Well, let's take a look at the worst one. So there is semis, SMH down 2%, technology, XLK down 2%, etc. Okay. So as I was saying earlier, if you wanted to take a silver play, you should probably have the SLV, and have a thumbnail chart. And make sure that if you're going to take a silver play, that silver is still, it's not starting to fall down. Okay, it still doesn't have to be ripping higher necessarily, but I don't think you wanted to see it falling if you're going to take a silver play that really doesn't have any news on its own. It's just sort of piggybacking on what the rest of the sector is doing. The same thing with gold. Now, let's take a look at individual sectors. We don't have them all, but we have 11 of them. Yeah, we have 11 of them right here. When I say right here, so here's financial as an example, XLF. But I want to find one that is, so look at this one, XLB materials, 92%, 92%. This is making a little more sense now because a lot of these are Dow. So the Dow is actually up, whereas the Qs are down quite a bit, and the SPY is off. So there's definitely a little disconnect between the value and the growth stocks right now. So anyway, take a look at what was I looking at? XLB materials. Okay, so 92% are up for the day, up from yesterday's close, but there's something that's down. So this is what I would do. I would go down here and see, if there's any, especially if it was down a lot. It's not down a lot, AVY, but for whatever reason, it's an earnings play. Tomorrow, it's an earnings play tomorrow, February 4th. But here's AVY as an example, sort of bucking the trend, whereas virtually every single stock in this sector is up for the day. So the next thing to do, of course, is, well, what's the best one? Well, BALL up 8%. Is this and it's an earnings play? Okay, it's an earnings play. So you can see the idea is that you can go to and here's consumer staples. Best one, Pepsi. Looks like Pepsi. Yeah, Pepsi Cola. So up, it's an earnings play. So this is up. However, go down to the bottom here. Which one is down? ADM. Is it it is an earnings play, okay? So you can kind of see how you can see what the top one in any sector is versus the one that's down the most. Here's another one. Virtually every single energy stock is up, okay? But there are maybe one or two that are down. So this is interesting. So here's MPC, and that's a pretty big move. It's down 2.4%. It's an earnings play. Wow, DVA. I mean, look at healthcare. Is this an earnings play? DVA? It is an earnings play. So look at DVA. My goodness, I mean, that is a massive move, 25%. It's an earnings play. but there's a few that are down. Let's take a look. There's Abbott, not down a lot, 1%. But can you kind of see that this could be something that some of you, this is how you might use trade ideas. Just looking at this at the sector status channel and examining the stocks that are on top, like the top producers, top percentage movers versus on the way up or down. So, I mean, if you wanted to buy, if you were thinking about taking a semi, I mean, you probably have to think hard and long on that one. Right now, the semis, SMH, that's the worst performing sector right now. So unless the semi that you're looking at has some news on its own, more than likely going to be tracking SMH. Anyway, that's just an idea, guys. It's an idea for some of you. Shoot, what was that one that Amen had? It was it was right around $7, and a couple of analysts put big. That was one Guggenheim put about a $20 target on it. Wainwright a little higher. Anybody remember? Started with an S. GXAI is popping. So I mean, it's an eye-catching press. Thank you, Amen. SGMT. Okay, I want to follow that one. Hopefully, I'm not too late. You're always coming up with these. It seemed, I don't know yesterday, but when you do, you're always looking at these ones that have had several analyst upgrades, and they all seem to do fairly well, pretty well. Not this one. I mean, so the GXAI that has got obviously an eye-catching press release. Okay, with the AWS funding, Amazon Web Services funding it. Now, to the tune of how much, I have no idea. And it's a low float, 6.9 million in the float. Look at the volume right now, 99 million, 319 times normal. Yeah, I took a PayPal short that really didn't do much, and I took a Unity short that I got out too soon. So now, okay, Cure. How much room does this have? Got a lot of room. 28.74. Next high looking left on the daily chart. So let's take a look at Cure. I don't know. Yeah, QURE. Don't know if it has any news today. I don't see any news on it today. It's on an earnings plate today. Out of the Netherlands. I want to go over this race right here and the concept of racing. Before I do, haven't even looked at the AI trades today. Yeah, the short on Rambus. Yeah, I actually did see it. The short on RMBS. All right, guys. So I'm going to go over this race right here and the concept of racing. So click on my homepage link. The reason I'm going to ask you to do that is because then click on the education section and then click up here on the user guide, because all that I'm going to talk about is covered right here, TI stock racing. Here's how you can create your own race from scratch if you want to, okay? And all the things I'm going to go over is all in this section in the user guide called TI stock race. So everything is customizable. I'm running a 4-minute race. You know, that is customizable. You want to run a 5-minute race, a 2-minute race, a 3-minute race, whatever time frame you want. So I'm running a 4-minute race. So what do these numbers mean right there? Look at P triple I, 9.4%. What does that mean? That means that since the race started, and I'm going to show you where there's a list of stocks that generate the race. Since the race started, that stock has moved the most percentage-wise. That's a big move, obviously. Um, P triple I, okay? That's what that 9.44% means. Notice in this race, typically you will not see anything over 1%. Doesn't mean this is bad, but this is a less volatile race than this one. I mean, now it's up 11.5%. So what happens is, over the course of the day, the stocks that have won the most races will create automatically for you a top 10 list. So you can see right at the number one, the 3 beside the GXAI means it won 3 races. Yuли won 2 races, etc. There will be days where you'll see a stock that has won, 10, 20, 30 races sometimes. Obviously, you should be following it. So, and just like any other race, you can see that P triple I is now no longer on top. CGTL is on top. So when the race is over, obviously there will be a winner. You can see how, there's jockeying for position, the top spot. So a couple of things. You don't have to wait for a race to be over in order for you to click on a symbol, okay, or be at the top. I mean, I would do that. I would click on the one that's at the top just to see what's happening, okay? I would also click on anything you see here. I would click on it just to see what's happening. Just because it's not leading the race doesn't mean but it might be setting up for your style of trading. So you don't have to wait for the race to be over for you to click on the symbol. So you can obviously see that PIII had a bit of a pullback. I'm just going to wait for this race to be over, 27 seconds. And so now, see, I mean, GXAI has taken over the top spot. Now, what will happen if it maintains its position for another 16 seconds and wins the race? The GXAI that says beside it says 3, that'll be a 4. If it maintains its only has 6 seconds, 5 seconds to go. Here you go. So it just won its fourth race. But you can see now why this is good, can be good, is that this gives you a watch list that automatically is created for you of stocks to watch. And what I would do is I would click on anything that's won a race and just see what's happening. See, like Fuse, I mean, but what if Fuse was up here and it was moving down into the VWAP, okay? Maybe coming down into the VWAP, and if you're a VWAP player and thinking that maybe the VWAP acts as support, if you're that sort of a player, or maybe you have a moving average on your chart that the stock is moving into. So these are not necessarily stocks that are at the high of the day. And it's sort of interesting because CBRL, it's a more expensive stock. So that's a pretty big move for that. Well, it just disappeared. Cracker Barrel, right? Cracker Barrel. So not an earnings play. But the question now should be, well, why are these stocks showing up? So watch what I do. I'm going to right click in the race and and a box pops up and one of the options, open top list. I'm going to open the top list. All races start from a top list window. Notice if I right click on the top list, launch the real-time stock race. So, but why are these stocks in here? If I right click on the top list window that I've got and click on the summary, so I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum have traded up 2% at least from yesterday's close. If a stock meets these filter requirements, it's going to show up in this list of stocks. So that's why these stocks are showing up. Hopefully it's starting to dawn on you that, well, you can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters. You know, the price range you like. Maybe, I mean, this is what I'm looking for, but it doesn't have to be what you're looking for. Maybe you want to add you have some filters, you have any trading experience at all. Maybe you want to add some filters in here. So it's completely up to you. The top list is customizable, of course, and then you can launch your race on it. Now, the reason why a top list was used, and you can still use the top list like this. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are up the most in 5 minutes. Show me the stocks that are down the most in 5 minutes, etc. As long as you have the column header that you like this one right there, C percent, that is the change from yesterday's close. If you have the column header, you can sort on it. And I'm double left click. Okay, double left click. And there I'm sorting on it. So there's GXAI. That stock is up 83% from yesterday's close. That's at the top of this list. If I wanted to see the stocks that have changed the most from their opening trade, GXAI is still at the top here. Okay. So, I mean, you can still use a top list like that if you're looking to sort of sort stocks. But the beauty of the race is this. People ask me a lot, well, it's great to see a stock near the high. And just because the stock is up 80% doesn't mean you should discount it. By the end of the day, this could be up 200%. With the float, you never know. But what if some stock down here started to move? Okay, let's take a look at, I don't know, ASTI. It's up 7% right now. But what if all of a sudden it really started to move? It was up 8%, 10%, 12%. How would you know that? Something that's crawling up from the bottom here. CADX is a great example. This has been a very active stock. It's up 5.9%. But again, what if it started to move up this list? Well, that's what the race will do for you. Because the race does not care how much a stock is up from yesterday's close. All it cares about is what is the one that is moving the most in this list of stock percentage-wise. That's all it cares about. So you can, there's a chance that you could see something that is really starting to move, and it could be down in this, it really hasn't had the big move yet. So that is the beauty of the race. Well, a continuation, you could put, it's consecutive days if you want, SKM, consecutive days filter, and have it up at least 2 or 3 days as a filter. And then you're gonna have to pick whatever alert you want. But you've got your consecutive days. If I right click and click on configure, click on search now, and then start typing in consecutive. So here's consecutive days. So if you want the stock to be up, 2 days minimum, you can put 2 in here. That means the stock has been up at least 2 days in a row. Okay. That's a start anyway. Oh, I am kicking myself, guys. I had this short. Oh, brother, for Unity. Just give me a moment. So hopefully that's starting to make sense. You can have your own top list window, create your own top list window, and then launch a race on it. And you can also do things like this. You may have a basket of stocks that you like, every single day. Maybe there are 20 or 30 stocks that you want to follow every single day. Well, you have to do what we call a symbol list, a watch list, create it, and then attach it to your top list window, and then run the race on it. Or, well, also you could maybe you do some evening work and you say, you know what, these are the stocks I want to follow the next day, and you can create a top list like that, or sorry, a watch list like that, and attach it to the top list window. So to monitor just those stocks, you can do things like that. Okay. Now this race is a little bit different. Look how many are in the top list. Not nearly as many, and the reason being is that I've got a couple of three filters in here that prevent a lot of stocks from being in. And in this particular one, market cap has to be at least 500,000,000, minimum float of 50 million. This is kind of the one that's really preventing a lot of stocks from being in there. Position in the day's range, that 95. If I said 100, that would mean the stock is right at the high of the day. So at 95, it's close to the high of the day. That's what I'm looking for in this particular one. You don't have to do the same thing, of course. So if you load my scan or these races, you can always adjust them. So you don't have to start from scratch building something from scratch. You could always take the race and then adjust it. And just very quickly to show you how the time frame, I'm running on a 4 minute. If I'm going to duplicate the race because I don't want to overwrite it. Okay, and then I'm going to stop the race. The square, clicking on the square stops the race. And then if I right click and show the race setup, here's how you can here's how you can indicate how long you want the race to run. So I'm running a 4 minute race. Here's how you can also say, well, you want it to start when you load trade ideas, because the race will work in the pre-market. Okay, so if that's what you want to do, or just start when you have the race start when you load. Maybe you don't. Maybe you get in a little later in the day. That's fine. But auto start on load. I'm doing this at 9:30. Okay, I'm saying auto start at time 9:30. That's just my preference. Doesn't have to be your preference. Okay, so here's how you can kind of customize it. Now, if you load my race or anything else, say you load the halls resumes or the race, don't think that you've done something wrong, because you might say, well, how come I'm not seeing all these? Okay, all the like the top 10 list. That's because your list will start from when you load it. Right now it's 10:40 Eastern time. That's when your race starts. My race started at 9:30. That's why I'm seeing these. Okay. William, I'm missing out on some of the ones from your scan. Tiva was a nice one. I had my eye on that one. I was waiting. Oh, I'm somewhat sick. Okay. Not still being in this Unity short. Yeah, I mean, it's not bad from our AI also. I mean, yeah, I mean, here's the alert at night. That's the only alert so far from our AI today. the Rambus short. Now it might be coming into a little bit of support. 92.41, that low there, 93. So that's so 91.51. So 91.51 is the next low looking left. 92 could stop it, maybe act as mini support. Could. All right, guys. CGTL, I see I got halted on the way down. Okay. Okay, guys. I'm looking at this one, Weyerhaeuser, WY, as a potential short. Okay. Um, Not an earnings play. Wonder what it is. Nice move though. Davidson is maintaining a buy with a $31 price target. Now, what's the market doing though? Because if I want to take a short on this, I like to get the market on my side a bit. And the market is, I mean, it's trying to maybe hold in this area, but when I say the market, I'm talking the SPY. So now the Dow is down a little. The Qs are well, the Qs are getting a thumping today. Ugh, man, oh man. I've got a sound alert for every time you makes a new low, and it's driving me crazy. So SKM, are you looking for a race based on that, or just in terms of the consecutives? SKM, are you around still? Well, I'm not in it anymore, but PayPal just, I think it took out the low of the pre-market. Okay, guys. Waiting on the Weyerhaeuser, see if it moves down more. See what I did here, guys. On the 2 minute chart, it hadn't turned orange yet. At least when I was looking at it. See, it's still blue. Okay, it's curling down. As it started to curl down, I decided, well, let's take a look at it on a 1 minute chart, and you can see the orange. Okay, the orange. Okay, so that is what semi-convinced me to take the short on the WY using this. Now I don't, I mean, there's the VWAP. I mean, it'd be fantastic if it got close to the VWAP, but all right, guys. Well, 10:48 now, so a little over an hour. I'll be taking a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. And today we've got Dan is on vacation, Steve's on vacation, so no Dan tomorrow. So I think, and actually, nobody will be taking over for me in our YouTube room tomorrow. We'll have Andy doing it today. So Ball was that one. That was the big one, right? In the was it an industrial or something? That was an earnings play. Yeah, I mean, look at that. I mean, look how beautiful that is on the wave. Using the wave. So if you guys want to know how to add the wave to your charts, just let me know. Okay, it is part of the standard service. I really think it's if you're not using the wave, I think you should give it a shot, just a try. It's just a nice visual aid. Chewy is not an earnings play. CHWY is not an earnings play, but it's moving down. So the Jebediah JBDI, so it came out of the halt earlier and it closed actually got underneath a dollar again. I'm sure what's happening here. Traders are looking at this. This is in 2024, September of 2024. Remembering when it did this and wondering, okay, are we getting started again? Okay, here's one that's just showing up, guys, for me anyway. AMOD, just over the whole number. So what sort of float? 11 million in the float. Another one that a few months ago. This is in December of 2024. Got up to $10. PDYN, yeah, I completely lost sight of this one. This was the one that had the company announced, let's see, company announced it to deliver a propulsion subsystem to a major U.S. defense contractor. Okay, so that was the news for PDYN, and yeah, I mean it's been a little bit, challenge, but maybe now it's settling down over 8, and I mean look left, 962, next high looking left, so it certainly has room. All right, guys. Well, I'm just waiting on the Weyerhaeuser, see if it has any more movement down. WY. The GXAI. I mean, the high today. This could be one of those ones that later on in the day, because the news is eye catching. I mean, it may happen sooner than later, but 263 is the high today. But one of those ones later on in the day, the volume surges in, because the next high looking left on a weekly chart is up here around almost 3. It's a low float, 6.9 million in the float, 133 million have traded already. So there's an ETF for, yeah. What's the volume like? Not great, but I mean, it's tradable. The spread is not that bad. This is an ETF. So if you thought that Unity was going to continue, I'm sorry, this is for the quadruple U. Excuse me. I thought you were talking this was an ETF for Unity. So this is for quadruple U, which is going to be up about 15%. Well, I got to see. I have to take a look at GME again. I'm very glad I got out of it. See if they're trying to pump it again. Nope. Hmm. Let me bring one up, Monica. I haven't had a price alert today, I don't think. But let me create one and see what happens. Okay. Well, I have had one for PayPal, but let me um, let me create one. Create for GME. Just give me a moment. That was I shouldn't have done it with GME. Just give me a moment. Let me give me another one, or show me, or find another one. CGTL. Okay. So CGTL, the spread is bad. Okay. Well, it hit. Okay, it hit 837, but I'd rather see one on the way up. To see make sure. Hmm. On JBDI. Okay. I'll put a price alert at say 116. Ah, you're right. That's sort of. Now wait a minute. It says from below though, and then okay, just give me a moment, okay? Hmm. Certainly worked on the upside. Yeah, I just put one for SGML. I've had very few price alerts triggering today, so that's why I really haven't noticed it. Oh, look at Doc U. Wow. Another nice one, William. Doc U, DOCU from the scan. No, I'm still testing it. I'm going to test it with the P triple I. I have a price alert set, I think, at 212. No, 214. Well, it may be great financials, but boy, the market doesn't like it today. Just trying to, all these price alerts I've got here, they're not triggering because it hasn't hit what I consider the price alert. Okay, well, that was a price alert on the, hmm. Well, that one seemed to work. The Weyerhaeuser seemed to work. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Sorry, I mean, we can ask, send a ticket in and see if there's an issue, a widespread issue, or not. I just, the Weyerhaeuser just worked for me, the WY. Ooh, you are right about the NPT. If NPT does something silly like take out 10, we'll get through the VWAP and just got halted, didn't it? Well, I certainly use them a lot also, Monica. I just haven't had a lot triggering today, but yeah, I admit I haven't really. I mean, it's very possible that they're out by a couple of pennies even before. I hadn't really noticed though. All right, where could this open? NPT could open. Well, there's the halt, 948, and no big clue. The column is showing you where it could open. No big clue. All right, WY. Patience, patience, patience. Now it's getting close to the VWAP. So closer it gets to the VWAP, I'm going to be probably covering some of this short. All right, guys, APPN. Let's see what this one is doing. Yeah, this is one I missed. I missed the docu. That was a nice alert from your scan, William. All right, take a look at WDC. Okay, Western Digital. What is it doing? So it was an earnings play. It's funny. The reaction was not great yesterday or 2 days ago, but it's above now the high there. So it's interesting because I mean, I don't know what. Computer storage device. I mean, I guess we can't call it part of SMH, which is still down, I think. But it's a lifetime high. I mean, that's obviously, I mean, you're probably in this one. If you're in it, I mean, this is a lifetime high for Western WDC. You know, if you were in this one earlier, I mean, it's still looking, see if it's curling. It's curling a little bit. Has it oranged? Not yet. Oh, so you're talking about for a swing. Well, you're looking good. Just give me a moment, please. Well, here's another nice one that I missed. The INTA. When I say missed, I'm getting these alerts earlier, but I just did not keep following. INTA is another earnings play that is, just getting killed. But I mean, it's down 11%. Oh, I see. It opened. Okay, it opened. Well, I don't know. Not yet, anyway. But you might be right. Later on, you might be right if it gets over 10. The VWAP is 956 for it, so it's gonna have to clear that more than likely. Well, let me put a price alert in that area. See if it number one clears the VWAP. Okay, and yeah, put a price alert just over 10 and see if it gets to 10. Is that Equifax, Bjorn? EFX? Wow, I haven't seen these guys for ever since the disaster they had years ago with the didn't they get hacked or something and expose the client data to the whole world? I don't know how long ago that was, but not now, of course. So you're long this one. So you're trying to play a bounce? EFX, you're trying to play a bounce, I guess. This is an earnings play. Yeah, I'm disappointed in that. I thought that would be one that would probably, after about the first 5 or 10 minutes, it would really start to cruise down. But good for you, Grumpy, if you're in it, PYPL. Now, for the Weyerhaeuser, for me, so I am covering some. Okay, oops, I'm covering some right now. Why? Because it's getting close to the VWAP. So now I'm going to have to wait. I'm not going to get rid of it totally, but I've covered some right now on the short of WY because it's getting close to the VWAP, and I want to see if that acts as support. VWAP number is actually 2637 right there. Now, if obviously, I hope it crashes right through it. Yeah, that's wrong. That's wrong. I mean, I had an alert set for 964. There's no way that should have triggered. Yeah, something's going on. Yeah. And I got to make sure now. I got this from above. Okay. Gotta make sure. I mean, I don't know. That can't be it though. Okay, guys. Sorry. I do have to keep watching my short of WY. I want to see what it's going to do right at the VWAP. I've taken some off just in case. Just in case. But I'm hoping, of course, it just plunges right through. Yeah, maybe. Okay, how about doing a reset a few times? How did IT look? What I did see IT earlier. I think it was dropping, wasn't it? Yeah, so it's an earnings play. IT is an earnings play. Wow, down 24%. Um, so right now, it's there's a challenge right at the VWAP. Okay, that purple line right there. Bit of a challenge at the VWAP area. That's all I can. That's about the best I can say, or the most I can say about it. Edible guys, just halted on the way. Oh, halted. Yeah, so this was halted on the way down, I guess, and now it's popping a bit. Just a real challenge right here for WY to get through the VWAP. It's sitting right on it. All right, guys. Well, for me anyway, the WY, it looks like that VWAP is going to hold it. So I have to make a decision pretty quickly. It looks like it's right at the VWAP now. Do I cover the rest of my position here, or do I hold on and just see whether or not it can really break down? Man, what I mean, just a big move down for INTA. All right, guys, give me a moment. I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Back. Oh, Warehouser. Okay. Thank you for having some patience. Um, looks like it is breaking down now through that VWAP area. Meanwhile, PayPal just made another new low here. So WY, where could it keep going now? Yeah, I mean, look, the the shorts certainly. I mean, obviously, I'm stating something pretty obvious, but the shorts are the way to go again. After that little bounce up here, I'm just sort of concentrating on shorting. There might be the odd bounce, but I mean, how much of a bounce are we going to get when the market's doing this, unless a stock has some specific news on its own? Hmm. Links. Remember this one from last week, LNKS. Yeah, it had a big day, got up to 168. That was on Friday. But this one had a big day, pretty big day yesterday, BAM. Pretty big day, closed near the high, but working its way down now. BAM, Brookfield Asset Management. And in fact, it's been on a decline. I mean, it had a decent day yesterday, but it's been on a steady decline. Look at the weekly chart. Look at that. One G. Okay, what is this one doing? Well, resumed at $4 and got halted at 369. So obviously it dropped. Ah, shoot! I was going to look at shorting this one. MGNI, I had an alert at around 12:08. It's I don't want to chase it now. MGNI, yeah, because the next low though is pretty close, I guess, 1180. If it takes that out, 818. That's on a monthly chart, and that's MGNI. Halted again, guys. 1G halted again. Boy, MGNI right at that low now, right at that monthly low. I just don't want to chase it down. Oh, okay. ANL, guys. I may be tempted here. ANL, though the spread I do not like. This is the one I took a couple of days last week. I believe it was last week. Yeah. No, they've done a financing. They've a lot of shares issued, 64 million. Okay, so the equivalent of 21 million. Okay, I find it very confusing. So I'm going to say 21 million at 650. That's what I'm going to say. Well, that makes sense if they're raising 140 million. I'm looking at. I have NPT thumbnailed. Either one of my other monitors, and I see it. Yeah, back down to $8 or so. So I have a price alert at 10. You never know. Later on in the day, you never know. Maybe it takes out 10 and has a little bit of a flurry of activity. Sorry, guys. I'm just sort of not really doing much. I'm just waiting on the Weyerhaeuser, see if it can keep making some new lows for me. WY. Other than that, there's just been some massive shorts that I've missed, though. I mean, that's not bad. The Weyerhaeuser's not bad, but there were some way better ones. Speaking of which, now that worked. Okay, that did work. I had the alert price at 26.29, and I saw that it did hit 26.29. I did see that, or 26.30, or it got down to there. So that seemed to work. You guys are talking about NVIDIA for what, a bounce? So what is it? NVDL. Yeah. So if you thought so, this is a slightly cheaper way to play it. If you thought it was going to bounce, you could play this ETF. You get double the move. If you thought it was going to bounce. No, I know, but if you thought Nvidia was going to bounce, you could this is an ETF for Nvidia, and you'll get double the move. And it's cheaper. Yeah, 179 versus 80. I mean, it's up to you, of course, but only if you thought it was going to bounce. All right, guys. Yeah, confirmation that Andy will take over for me in our YouTube room in about 20 minutes from now when I take my break between 12 and 1 o'clock. Very, very silent in YouTube, guys. Hardly anybody, probably not that many people there. A lot of interaction. I may have to make a determination whether I want to keep doing YouTube. I mean, the guys will still do their deal at between 12 and 1, but I'm not really sure I see the point. Just come over to the main room. Weeble. Wow. Wow. $6.50. Remember when this one IPO'd back here this month, back in April of last year? NVO news. Okay. And was that halted? Okay. That was halted because of news. Whoops. Releases 2026 sales and operating profit outlook. That's the news. Ah, it hasn't opened yet though. Is this the news? I mean, Why is this ugly? Oh, expected sales. So they're guiding. So it's all about the guidance. Okay. Well, yeah, I see. Okay. Well, let's see what happens when it opens. Yeah, strange day for our AI also, guys. Just one trade, one alert, I should say, and that's the short of Rambus. That entry was at 10. Well, the alert was at 10. Do I do this? I want to see how this closes today, this ANL. The reason I took this is because I was looking for another China play that might have gone crazy. And there was some on this day here. I did see some news about it, and I thought, hey, you know what? As a wild card lottery play. All right. Well, let me put a price alert. So I'm going to put a price alert just a little bit above the current price, 57.84. So I'll put a price alert in case it pops above it, and put a price alert just below it. Then I'll know when it opens. Well, KULR, put it all in caps. It's makes it easier. I wasn't sure. I sort of saw it, but I didn't see it all in caps. So no, it's okay. It's just that when I'm like scanning through things really quickly, and I didn't see it in caps, so I wasn't sure what it was. Well, I don't know what to say about it. I mean, it's no news on it that I can see today. Underneath the VWAP, that's not really sure. Just kind of bouncing around. Well, as you know, William, whatever the scans that made the cut today, GRI for whatever did not meet the filter requirements. I don't know if we have a maximum now, maximum price we look at in the AI. I really don't know. No, that doesn't make sense because the RMB. Well, I mean, might be 100, but RMBS was at 96. So, hmm. Anybody else using another charting program? And if you are, what does ANL look to you like? Were there some topping tails at around 13? We're not. I'm not seeing them here. I do have one Interactive Brokers chart open, and I'm seeing some topping tails at 13. Now they may not be correct. You don't see that? Okay, this is what I'm talking about. Okay, I see some topping tails at $13. This is an IB chart. I have one of them open. Interesting. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You're right. You're right. This is. I'm sorry. This is 7 o'clock. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm wrong. I just didn't go back far enough. Yeah. There they are. Okay. All's good. For some reason, yeah, these are 15-minute candles. So of course it's going back into the pre-market. That's the problem. When I used to use the IB charts a little more extensively, at least I don't think so because I know this was asked. You can't, for some reason, you can't like put a color in the chart for pre-market or shading. At least at least I never figured out a way to do it. Seems crazy that you can't. But that's not IB, is it? Is that IB? Oh, no, no, I'm talking to SKM. Is that Interactive Brokers? Really? Well, there's got to be a way then. Obviously, there is a way. I recall asking that question. Like they just sent me my little 9-year anniversary congratulation a couple of days ago, and that we didn't seem to be able to shade it. What version? Yeah. What are you using? Are you using the new, like their newer version SKM? What they call the new desktop? Because I'm still on the old one. Well, maybe I'll fiddle around with it. Well, you'd know. Are you able to establish a link with Trade Ideas? Clicking on a symbol and it loads into your platform. Yeah, but then you're on the older version then, because you can't do it with their new desk, as they keep talking, their new desktop version. We cannot establish a link. All right, guys. Well, it's 11:49 now, and I'm still hanging in there with the WY. Morning, Ahmed. Still hanging in there with the WY. I almost thought, okay, maybe now, but nope. Now the nice thing is that maybe the VWAP will act as resistance, okay, for me. Ugh, MGNI. Wow. Well, I'll look at it after hours, just to get the shading in. You know what? This fat BB. This is again this a very crazy trader. Remember now they got up there 2 days ago on Friday, got up to 229, and then back down to 53 cents. Basically, it's a bankruptcy play. Yeah, the market has been selling off ever since up here. Yeah, I mean, it had a little pop here, but yeah. So if you're not shorting, I mean, there are some things. I mean, we're asking what are we trading? Well, we is pretty general, but boy, look at this. There's no rhyme or reason for this one, guys. I mean, the fat BB. Well, Grumpy, I don't know if you're still in the PayPal, PYPL. It didn't have the utter collapse. I mean, after the utter collapse. I want you to short WY. Boy, I missed a lot of shorts, so I missed many better. Well, I shouldn't say better than WY. I mean, it's been fairly relaxing as a trade. I'm kidding, of course. I'm not telling anybody to short it now, but it's been fairly relaxing as a trade. Even had the little sell flag. That's not what got me into it, of course, but okay, guys, it's now about 7 minutes to my break. So what I'm going to do now is put the YouTube link in the main room, so you can head over and listen to Andy if you want. He's going to be there in about 7 minutes, taking over for me for about an hour between 12 and 1 Eastern time. YouTube is just absolutely dead. Sorry, guys. I mean, there's no action whatsoever. I guess it's just mainly a listening and watching channel. Okay, I'm not gone yet, of course. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. So here's a link for YouTube, guys. Okay, for those of you who want to head over in about 5 minutes or so, and you'll take over for me in our YouTube room. Okay, PDYN hanging over 8 still. Okay, so it's hanging, well, actually, I shouldn't say still. There's a pretty big pullback from 846 down to 786, but it's over 8. Again, had well, this is not the one I was thinking, the one that had the AWS news, but no, this is one with some kind of a contract with a defense contractor, and that's the PDYN. This is the one that has the AWS news. All right, here you go, William. NVO. Okay, it just opened. So NVO just opened. And you're getting closer to your 50 level. Well, you're at 54 now. You're looking for a bounce, aren't you? That's what you're trying to play on this one. You're looking for a bounce. No bounce yet. I'm looking at a 2-minute chart. I'll even go to a 1-minute chart just to see if there's any bounce at all. So far, nothing. Maybe just a little glimmer here, but I think you said you're waiting for like 50 would be ideal, you said, but you would take it at 52. All right, guys. Crazy one again. Crazy alert. PHOE. Remember what it did on Friday? It got up to 135. Could have even been higher. I'm not sure what happened in the post market, but 135. So crazy alert. PHOE. Look what the potential open is. So it's halted at 31.35. Potential open in the 34 level. Again, just no volume on these moves. Even that day, I mean, look, that was only 139,000 shares that drove it up from 12 to 135. All right, guys, just waiting for Andy. It's 11, almost 11:59 now, so I'm just waiting for. I usually hear a little pop when he gets into our YouTube room. Yeah, I'm not sure if we can trade this one at IB either. Interactive Brokers. I'm not sure if they'll let us trade that one. I mean, the volume is just now. I don't know what the spread is going to be on when it opens, but it has the potential to open in the 35 level. CYCU. Another ugly looking 2-minute chart. Was that a little pop I heard?
That was a little pop.
Okay, I was talking. Okay, one moment, Andy. Okay, guys,
Okay.
Andy is in our YouTube room now. I've given you the YouTube link so you can head over and listen to Andy. He'll be there between 12 and 1 Eastern time. So I'm muting myself now. Main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now I can welcome Mr. Andy Lindloff to our YouTube room. Nothing to talk about. There was no football last weekend, so
Barry,
nothing to talk about, Andy.
what's happening, buddy?
Yeah. Can you? Are we on the delay
No,
again?
that's true. That's true.
Uh Andy, we're on a delay again.
Yeah, I don't know what it is when me and you try to talk.
I will talk right now. I had no problem with Chris yesterday. We were,
Can you
talking
guys hear
normally.
me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, I have a computer coming. I have a new computer coming on Thursday,
Okay. I'm wondering,
and
you're
that should
doing
fix everything.
you're displaying your image, right? Live?
I'm not today.
Oh, okay. Okay, Andy, I'm going to go now, okay? Because yeah, this delay is too much. So I'll see you in about an hour from now, okay?
Signed off. Can you guys hear me okay? I don't think I have anything else going. Let me see here. Let me try putting it on my got to put it on my other support layout here. Ah, the computer's coming at the same time. Yeah, this is usually I don't have a problem with just you guys in here without Barry talking, but let's see if I can help things out. Okay. Hopefully everything is better and you guys can hear me fine. Feels like it feels better than it did with when I was talking to Barry. So hopefully we can move forward. Yeah, and I got a new computer coming on Thursday. I mean, this one's powerful enough. It's just old, so it's time. But anyway, welcome to the support webinar, and my name is Andy. If I haven't met you, and yeah, once again, I'm not going to be showing my the video today just because it seems to drag more when I got a lot of stuff running. Shut down a lot of stuff, just the software pretty much now, and my a little brokerage account. But yeah, if you have any questions, just use the YouTube chat there, and we will tackle it. We will. Me and Peppy will get probably Peppy will get you an answer. But a tough market. I mentioned this in my video this morning, my trader eye video. I would not be a bit surprised if we just and that's what we're looking at, and it makes it very very difficult. Uh, Yesterday I came in with no positions and day traded and did great. Today I tried. I tried to carry over a few positions and yeah. I mean, look at this. It's just a sloppy mess is what it is. And uh yeah, it's when you get this kind of action, you're better off, because I guarantee you, whatever you're trying to hold, I mean, unless it's something you've been in for a while and you have some nice gains in it, and you're just kind of going with the ebb and flow. But to try to buy these setups, a lot of times they're just getting smashed. Uh, yeah, it looks like a PLTR. I tried it once this morning and then I got stopped out and I turned around and I rebought it. Typically won't do that, but when I see, it flushed right here, and that's where I got stopped out, with, breaking that 10 period moving average, and then I saw it prop right back up, and I can't went in and bought it again. So hopefully this thing is uh, can go back to all time highs. That would be nice. You might want to watch. uh, and I was going to buy it before I came on here, but I ran out of time. Well, it's not really doing anything. Yeah, sometimes this IO and Q can. I know it's a total different sector, but sometimes they like to to run together. I'm in RGTI, scalped out some earlier this morning, and then bought some back. Just playing an oversold, kind of that weekly I showed you the other day. It's more of a I put it on the weekly. I think you'll see what I'm talking about. It just came down and just kind of on this support right here. So looking for maybe a bounce here in this RGTI, but won't hesitate to sell it because those things have been struggling. NVDA, I didn't come in long that, but I tried it off the 50 this morning. I got ran over, sold half of it. I got half left and will probably be closing that if it does go back to lows. And uh, Intel, I'm probably most optimistic about, but obviously, if this market just keeps going lower, going to have to cut some right here. It was holding that 10 period moving average, and I actually bought some more, but it does break this level. Going to have to cut some. Bitcoin. Hey, Pepe, how are you, buddy? Yes, let's see. The strong sectors lately. Let's see, KRE's been pretty strong. Had a pop this morning. See if it get tired. So that's good. You're going to see IWM. I haven't even looked at it today, but I guarantee you it's nothing like the Qs. And yeah, there you have it. It's only down 0.115%. So I like to throw that out because a lot of people will, they see the averages coming off, those Qs and spies coming off, and they want to short. But if you do, keep an eye on KRE because they have a huge uh, financial uh, waiting in that IWM. Excuse me, I got distracted by the Slack. Real quick, let's take a look at the SPY since we looked at a couple of those, and oh, we got an ugly wick, so won't be looking at that anytime soon. But Q's it's just a mess. You really wanted to hold this area because this thing could drop all the way back down to this low over here. Maybe not today. That would be a huge move, but well, PLTRs, boy, getting above this level right here that it couldn't get through this morning. I would be real angry right now had I not turned and bought it back. does have these moving averages to deal with. You got the 200 and the 10 right around the 159 level, kind of where it's butting into now. So we got the 200 at 159.50, getting close to that, and you got the 10 period at 159.59. So right there together. So that's going to be a key level at 159.50 if you are in PLTR. Uh, Taz, I have a hard time to draw PDH, PDL. Tell me what those are again. You think I know? I keep my. Is that an indicator you're talking about? Because I keep mine real basic. Uh, when you say draw, obviously you're trying to do something with a indicator on the chart, correct? Pre-market. Oh, okay. Okay. So what do you when you say draw? What do you mean draw, Taz? That's kind of what threw me. What do you mean by draw? I draw the lines. Are you on the? Yeah. You're probably on the browser charts. And I would highly recommend if you want to do some drawing on uh, your charts is to go to the regular one because I can try to do it here and see if I can get it going. But yeah, and you have to. We don't have just a line. You basically have to draw it. So let's say you want to draw a line right. Let's call it right here. Should be able to do that right there. That's the only way I know of. Did you catch that, Taz? You've got to use. I don't think we have just a straight horizontal line in here. I think for right now, all we have is this line right here. You have to draw manually. If you are having issues with it, just all right. Hold on. Just yeah. If you really want to do a lot of drawing, I would go to the other charts. That those lines work much better. I think they're better. Uh, Colors better. It just seems like it's a little bit better thickness, and the cues are rolling over. Okay, sold half of that. Yes, Pepe's right. The legacy charts work far better than that. I did sell some of that Intel 72. Uh, this market is just sick. Just sold some of that Tesla as well. Silver starting to roll over, or has been rolling over for some times. So Taz, if you it's easy to do. I'm sure you probably know how, but if you just right click and go down and uncheck the use browser interface, you're going to find that those lines work a lot better. And we can just kind of show you here if you go into this one. And there's a couple of ways to do it. You can just come in here, hit the pencil up there, and you'll see you have a horizontal line. So if you want to like put a horizontal line, just then all you have to do is click, and it'll automatically draw it for you. And look how much cleaner that is and bigger. So I would definitely use the non-browser charts, or as Pepe says, the legacy charts. Or another way to do it is right click and you can go to markup, and you can do horizontal line, you can do text, trend lines, arrows. You're welcome. You're welcome, Taz. So this market, yeah, that's an ugly candle if we close that way. Of course, we've seen it before, and we try to fight back through it. Yesterday, for those, I guarantee you there was a lot of people that came in bearish, and I don't blame them. At one time in pre-market, we were gapping down below the 50, and then we chase it up and have a decent day. Nothing outstanding, but boy, just covering it right back up today. XLF is nowhere near as strong as KRE. Regional banks have definitely been. Doesn't mean they can't get weak. All right, we're going to stick a price alert right around those two moving averages. What I say, in 119, 159. We'll put it here at 159.36, and so we get a head start, because if it does get back above there, we could be in business. All right, silver is still on the top of the board. Gold, uranium has been had a pullback. What's that UUU doing? Now, you just got to buy these things when they look the worst. Seems like. The VIX getting yeah, nothing crazy in the VIX. Kind of tells me we're just going to be slopping around back and forth. GDX was a nice rebound today with the moving precious metals. Tan. I was keeping an eye on that ARRY. Probably a good buy here. Let's take a look at the worst sectors on the day. Semis. I mean, well, my Intel and NVDA struggling, which I may have to thin out some more of this Intel. Needs that like for it to hold that high. And it's already below it. I told myself I just got to be. I got to stay in Intel because it's. I really think it's going to get going at some point. Just seeing some of these semis, and some of which were beaten up, not quite as bad as Intel has been over the years, but uh, boy, if they have any sort of trick up their sleeve, this could really get going. But who knows? They've been dragging in the technology for a while now, but that sure was a nice rebound. That's kind of what I was watching. Is okay after earnings here. Let's see what it can do. It's pretty impressive. Most companies on bad earnings do not come back this hard, but boy, just caught in the slop this morning or the downdraft. Well, look at PLTR now. It's getting up there close. It's going to save me. Try to help anyway. These are so oversold. Regretti is the strongest of the day, followed by QBTS, which doesn't look bad. But I'm really kind of inclined to maybe nibble on some INOQ down here. These things shot up pretty good, in after hours yesterday after PLTR's earnings. So, but I think I'm going to stick with the strongest. Well, I take that back. Let's see. It was the strongest. Now QBTS has actually jumped a little bit ahead of them. did buy a little bit of that IONQ. PLTR is right at that number now, on those averages. If you can get through, boy, then you got to start thinking of adding. Gosh, I hate when you have a good price, and that's the tough thing about adding. And you got to kind of tighten your stop. Probably should be selling some right here. Hold on just a minute, guys. I want it to hold that level. I really do. All right, no bounce in the market. It looks like I just got stopped out of a little bit of that just to bang some profits out because this market is not feeling like it wants to bounce at all. Well, that is just boy, tough environment right now. I'm going back going back to day trading. Yesterday was fun, not having to worry about any of your positions and just scalping. NVIDIA is trying to hold this level. Well, let's take a look at the cues and see where. I mean, we're just ugly. There's no real resistance. It's just kind of slop, I guess. And it's just slop. Let's take a look at the earnings and see which ones. Earnings watcher. I think, yeah, this is all of them. DVA holding up well, but even it is giving some back. This TER is definitely holding up well. It's kind of why I had farm on my list today. I put alert there. Yeah, you're probably right. That's what's really frustrating. That makes me so mad when you sit there and you sell off all day and then you last 30 minutes of a day, you get two nice little green bars. Probably, I would. Well, I'd be real surprised if we did that today, Pepe. But I wouldn't be surprised if we did it tomorrow. It's just kind of what we have. But boy, I tell you what, they make it real hard just to sit in positions. That's for sure. That's why I'll probably be going back to day trading again until we clear the highs and the Qs, and not just one day. I mean, I need to see, like, 3 days above all-time highs, because otherwise we just wake up the next morning and sell it all off. Oklo's is holding up decent today. Nano nuclear is holding up okay. SMAR is holding up pretty decently, but that's why I don't want to give up on these quants. I really believe they're extremely oversold and due a bounce. And but boy, still a lot of pressure. Intel's even wanting to go to lows on me. It's got a nice level. This should be, support, but we'll see. I say this NVIDIA looks like it wants to drop another 2 points. Looks like it's breaking a little trend line going back to December. Gosh, I sell this little gap up. $3 on me tomorrow. Let's take a look at the spies and see if there's any. Oh, that's right. Got this stupid. Is that in both charts? Yep. That needs to get fixed. There's my Intel alert. These candles, man. Look at that. All right, I'm going to sell another little bit of that Intel. Take a look at iBit. Woo. Yep. Bitcoin's going to 70,000. There's just nothing I can do about it. Yeah, PLTR trying to hold up. I don't even have big size. Still, Intel's about to be gone. I'm sorry, NVIDIA. Yeah, Oklo's finally rolling over there. See if any of these earnings. I mean, that this is why you don't catch me with a lot of earnings on my eye list. I swear they're the most difficult. It seems like every one of them. That one's doing pretty good. It's fighting back. Of course, a lot of it has to do with the market today, but there's one. Pipeline transportation running into resistance in GWW. Natural gas distribution. Seeing some nat gas stocks in there. Some earnings today. Merck. What Pfizer? Boy, Pfizer. Just poor thing. Let's see which ones are doing bad today. IT. Trying to get a bounce there. Got a first bar reversal since this PayPal. Man, you talk about something that has fallen from grace. My goodness. Let's see, take a look at the weekly on this one. Look at there. From basically about 310 all the way down to $42. Talk about poor management. Okay, the Qs are trying to put in a little bit of a green tick. Sorry about all the racket. My ice in my drink. Well. Look what we have here. I think if this thing gets above 160, we may be looking at all time. I mean, all time highs, daily highs soon. Yeah, really, Dave. A good point. He would. Well, he's just going to start his own little X thing, from what I hear, where everything can be done on X. Look at here, this PLTR back at that key level. It's moving averages. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I heard him talking about it in a video the other day. It's supposed to be something else. Man, he knows how to think. He knows how to think outside the box and put together good companies. That's for sure. Oh boy. They are selling stock today. Yep, NVIDIA's gone. Well, that solved the case of what I'm going to be doing here for the next several weeks probably, and that's going to be day trading because I just about gave up yesterday day trading. So I see no reason to try to sit in positions in this market. Wonder why BBAI is actually holding up today. I guess it's just finding a bottom down here. Let's see. That high ring gets back above that 10. Maybe tomorrow. That one. Seeing some other ones. Let's see on my list that have just kind of this SSYS just keeps tempting this level, but it never can get through. I think if it does, it could be explosive. Only 62 million in the float, but just cannot get through that level. It's definitely one to keep an eye on. Thought Amazon they have earnings, but getting a bounce here. Let's see, they still got a couple of days for earnings. Could be a nice level right there to pick up Amazon. Digging in off that support, popping above its. But just don't have a lot of faith right now in this market to be adding new positions. And if I add anything today, it's probably going to be this PLTR. I mean, it's still an ugly downtrend, that's for sure. But I could see if it can get above that 160 level, it could run another $5, maybe run up to this 20 period moving average, another $10. But we'll see. It's definitely changed its tune from the first half of the day. The main room, Barry will be firing it up here shortly, Snowman. He kind of takes a break, so he takes a break for an hour while I take over, and then when he comes back, yeah, you should be able to get access to that main room, or I guess you have access, but he'll be back in there.
So Andy, I know we're on an 8-second delay or 7-second delay. So if you hear me, once you hear me, you can leave. Okay.
Okay, Barry, I hear you. Uh, all right, everybody. Barry's back in here, and I'm going to take off. Keep it tight out there, just on the ugly, ugly downtrend. But I will actually see you again on Thursday. So I'll see you in a couple of days. Have a good one. Bye bye.
All right, guys, I think I'm back in both rooms. Uh-oh. I have an echo. You guys don't have an echo. I think this is something to do with Andy's machine. Test. No, Dave, I have the echo on my end. I'm hearing myself twice. And I think it's got something to do with what Andy was going through. Well, when you say the main room is not working, what do you mean by that, Snowman? But just give me a moment. I have to figure out rid of this echo that I've got on my end. Not in the main room. Okay. No screen? Hmm. Okay, guys. So the screen display is gone in the main room. I'm going to have to see what's going on there. So give me a moment. All right. I think YouTube is fine. I don't have the echo for me in YouTube. So just give me a moment. I have to reload the main room. All right, guys. I think we're back to normal. I think you guys should be able to see my screen in the main room. Hear me. No echo from me. Okay. Just a confirmation. You guys can hear me and see the screen, right, in the main room? I know YouTube is fine. Just want to make sure in the main room, though. Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay, guys. I think what happened is for some reason the screen sharing disappeared, even though my icon, and then there were two versions of this room up and running, which was giving me an echo in my ear. Anyway, we're back to normal now. So, yeah, the NPT. So the NPT is over 10 now. Hmm. Could this be a lotto play? When I talk about lotto plays, guys, what I really mean is it's not like what I would call a grade A setup or anything like that. Take a few shares just in case it does something crazy, and that's what I call a lotto play. Not like it's setting up in the way I would normally take a trade. So if I do that, I'm not going crazy in the number of shares I take. Sound is not good right now, Obi. Maybe hopefully it's just you. Okay, might be on your end, Obi. Hopefully it's yeah. Hopefully it's maybe you have to do a refresh or something. Okay, Enrique. Good morning or afternoon or evening from wherever you are in the world. Okay, guys, what I'm going to do. If you have a question, fire away. Sweden. That's what I figured. We are sort of kin. I'm Icelandic heritage. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do now is go over my homepage. And the information you can find on my homepage. All right. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So here's a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas using my promo code Barry15. That will get you 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Doesn't matter if you take out our standard or a premium subscription, but remember, it's 15% off the first month only. After that, it goes to the normal rate. So all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. I'm moderating two rooms, the YouTube room and the main room here. So for those of you on YouTube, there is another room, a lot more active. This room is also open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, so if you're looking for some activity, chatting amongst other traders regarding the pre-market, you can come into this room at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I get on the mic for both rooms at around 9. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription with Trade Ideas, first thing you must do is you've clicked on my homepage link, click on the education section, and these are 12 short videos to get you started. Okay. And if you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the product, start off with that second video and go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you want to try us, at least for a month. Remember, the month is just month to month. You can cancel at any time. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you. These are free, and there are 15 videos in the Back to Basics. Great for those of you who are new to trading. Keep scrolling. Oops, no, not here. So on my homepage, if you scroll down a little bit further, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. The last, if you're looking for the information that I'm currently sharing, if you go to the Barry's Custom Scans section, so this is what I'm currently sharing. So this is this race here. The large cap gainers is here. The more volatile race is here. Halts resumes is down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. But as you can see, I do have some other scans I'm sharing. If you want to, I don't have them up and running, but if you want to take a look at them and ask me questions, go ahead. Now, I usually leave some time between 2 and 2:30. I'm not sure what time William wants to keep this room open afterwards. Did I buy it? No. You mean for the PHOE? Oh, I'm sorry, the NPT? No, I didn't. All right, so William will keep so even though I'm going to leave sometime between 2 and 2:30, but I'll always stay later if there are questions. William is going to keep the main room open till around 3:55. Okay, so I do have to shut YouTube down completely though. So when you say, is this the one you talk about, alerts and top lists? When you say this, which one are you? I mean, these are races, Henrik. These are races. Oh, the video. You mean the video that I suggest people look at when they become a subscriber? Or, yeah, there are 12 videos. I don't. They are not. They're not my videos. When I say mine, they're not mine. They're on my homepage, but somebody else created them. But yeah, if you're new to trade ideas, that back to that education section, then yeah, the getting started with trade ideas. This is sort of the general getting started with trade ideas. Well, you can look at them all. I mean, this is if you're new to trade ideas, I would look at them all. I mean, this is getting started with trade ideas. Now, you may not have to do the login if you've already logged in, but you can take a look at them. I mean, I don't know do you have the product, Henrik? Do you have trade ideas now? No. Okay. So I would start off on the second video and go to the end. That'll give you an idea about what the product's all about. You don't have to go to the login because you don't have the program. So start off with the second video and go. There are 12 of them. Okay. Well, there will be 11 for you. So just take a look at them. Well, that should give you an idea about it, whether or not it's something you might want to try. Okay. Best thing to do before you take out a subscription, you should have an idea about what the product's all about. Boy, Banco Santander, look at this big drop here out of nowhere. Exploring a deal for Webster Financial. That's the news that hit. Market's not liking that. All right, well, good. Then you've got some experience, but you don't have any experience with the program. So definitely take a look at the videos. That should give you an idea. I mean, it may not be what you want. Okay, so take a look at the videos And that should at least let you know whether or not it's something you want to try. Okay? I mean, the program is very powerful. I mean, you can create, I shouldn't say virtually any, but I mean, if you have some trading experience, you probably have an idea about what you're looking for. So you can create scans based on that. Yeah, no kidding. I'm glad I didn't do my lotto play for, you mean why I'm jumping around from alert to alert? So okay, are you talking about this race here, why they're going up and down? Is that what you mean? Okay. This is sort of I want to say specialized. This is kind of a, I'm not sure in the videos the race is covered that much, but I mean, if you're talking about this, like why the stocks are moving up and down, I can certainly. Okay, you know what? Let let me go over this race. I mean, it's good for other people too. Okay, and the concept of what the race is all about. Okay, so now understand you don't have the product yet, but this is the concept of what racing is all about. So I'm running a 4 minute race. That means that means that when the race starts, at the very beginning, at the very top here, what this means is that fat BB, this has moved the most since the race has started. And I'll explain, well, why are these symbols showing up, etc. But that's what that means. 1.38%. That means since the race started a little over a minute ago, this stock has moved the most. Now you can see it's GXAI. Now, a lot of times in this race here, it can be a very volatile race. So you can see some big percentage moves. Okay. But that's the idea of the race. Okay. And what happens is automatically, a top 10 list is built for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. I'm running a 4 minute race. When that race is over, another one will start. So it automatically creates a top 10 list of the stocks again that have won the most races over the course of the day. So you can see that GXAI, which is leading this race, has won 5 races. That's what the number beside the race means, or the symbol means. That's what that means. Okay. So that's the concept. Okay. So you can click on the one that's leading the race. You say you have some. Well, not all stocks. No. So this is what the race is based on in this particular case. In this particular case. So if I right click in the race, and I'm going to open what we call a top list. Okay. So this is what we call a top list window. And why are these stocks showing? So when you say all stocks in the market, in this top list window, this is what I want to see. And this is, you can obviously pick and choose the types of stocks that you like to see, but I want to see stocks between $1 and $50. The volume has to be at least 200,000 shares, and it's got to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So, this is this is customizable for me. So, for instance, you might look at that and go, well, you know what? I'd rather see stocks between 1 and 10 or 10 and 100. You create your own filters to sort of whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So that's the first thing. So this is all customizable. The next thing is that a top list window, before we had races, how it would be used is as long as you had a column header, like right, you see that C%, that's a change from yesterday's close. If I double left click on it, I can sort then. So the stocks then in this list of stocks, I'm finding the stock that is up the most from yesterday's close. So NPT is up 76%, POHE 39%, etc. Okay, but you can sort many as long as you have the column header. If you wanted to see the stocks, for instance, up the most in the last 5 minutes, or down the most in the last 5 minutes, or up the most in the last 10 minutes, as long as you have the column header to sort on, you can create lists of of different stocks, or sort the list of stocks in different ways. Okay, number one. So that's okay. But what the race does, and it's kind of cool. The race doesn't care whether the stock is up the most from yesterday's close. All it cares about is, in this list of stocks, what stock is moving the most percentage wise. That's all it cares about. Okay. So, I mean, it could be the GXAI that's, near the top, but it could be one of these ones, AMST, which is up 8% from yesterday's close. But what if all of a sudden it was up 9%, 10%, 11, 12, 14%? It would be moving up this list of stocks, but you never know that. I mean, what are you going to do? Stare at a list of stocks? That's what the race does. The race, again, doesn't care whether the stock is, up the most or in the upper echelon here. All it cares about is what stock is moving the most. So you could see some stock that you really haven't even seen before, that and you click on it and you say, "Oh, okay, look at this thing." I'm not saying this CRML is doing it, but you start to see it moving to the top. That's what that's kind of the beauty of it, because it's not necessarily just looking at stocks that are, near the high of the day, number one, or that have moved the most. And you can create your own list. I mean, you can create your own list based on the filter requirements. You can even create like a watch list of stocks that you want to follow. Maybe you've got a basket of stocks, 20 or 30 stocks that you like to follow every day. Or maybe you do some, once the market closes, maybe you do a little scanning to see what stocks were really moving. And, you might want to follow them the next day. So you could create a list like that and just follow those stocks. So it's pretty. There you go. So you can make your list of 20 stocks and just follow those stocks if you wanted to. You don't have to use racing. Okay. I mean, you don't have to. It's just that it's just an interesting concept. I like the idea that it builds a top 10 list automatically to focus on. But you could easily do that, just your list of 20 stocks and again, you don't need a race in order to, monitor it. It's just another way of doing it, though. You could create what we call an alert window with those stocks in it, and when a stock in that list maybe makes a new high or a new low or is moving up now, so you can see that you can do that. I have a momentum scan that is based on stocks moving on momentum. Okay. Well, you could test the race, sure. I'm just saying there's different ways of presenting our data. This is one, which is kind of an interesting way. But I have a momentum scan that will look at stocks that are only moving if the volume explodes. And it doesn't have to be at the beginning of the day. It could be any time during the day. And of course, you can indicate what price range you like. So this one is a large cap version of this. This has, most of the time you'll not see in this one, you'll not usually see stocks moving over 1%. Sometimes in this race, you'll see stocks moving 10 or 15%. This one is a little different because there's very few stocks in here right now, because the market cap has to be $500 million, minimum float is 50 million, plus the stock has to be near the high of the day. So with those filters in place, I'm restricting the number of stocks I'm going to see. But this is not a static list. In other words, this is not the list for the day. It'll expand, contract. Okay. It'll expand, contract as stocks meet the filter requirements and don't meet the filter requirements. We do. You mean in general, do we have the float as parameter? In general, yes. So if I right click on this and open the top list, you'll notice that in this particular case, and don't get too hung up on all this. I mean, you don't have the program yet, but the float has to be at least 50 million in this particular case. market cap is 500 billion, 500 million, and the float is a minimum of. But of course, if you just want to see low float stocks, you could put a max of whatever you consider is a low float stock. So you're only going to see low floats. Okay. Ooh, William, this one showed up on that scan. The bankless I don't know if you took this one. Yeah, you come back. This room again, it's open now. I know your time zone. You're about 9. I'm in Vancouver, so I think you're about 8 or 9 hours ahead, but maybe 6 hours ahead in Eastern time zone, 6 or 8, or I could look, but 1924 now, so we're 124. So you're 8 hours ahead of me in Vancouver. So that means you're 5 hours ahead Eastern time. Anyway, this room you're in is open at 6:45. You have to convert at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Okay. Now, I don't get on the mic until 9 Eastern, but there are plenty of people in the room starting at around 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So that actually would be not bad for your time zone. I did not see the news for Santander. Well, I do. Okay, I did read it out. Acquiring the bank, the Webster Bank, for $12.2 billion. Wow. Where is this? Where is Webster? Where are they? Is it a WBS? So that's obviously. So the market slammed them down on that news, and Webster's not moving higher on this. So it's not a done deal. They're weighing the idea of doing it. Yeah, you mentioned USAR. I mean that has just turned into what I consider a miserable intraday trader. Look at chop, 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 up and down, up and down. Also, WBS is actually halted. Okay, for the news. Interesting. I don't see it here. Oh, there it is, right there. Yeah, halted because of news, right there, 101. That's pretty good. I mean, my news hit right here. This is, I mean, free, right at 101. Now, when I say free, this is from Interactive Brokers. Exactly, Dwayne. So I have no faith in it whatsoever. USAR to hold its gains or have a nice solid trend. I joked yesterday. It was a new element on the list, guys. Definium. Anyway, DFTX, DFTX. Well, I am still in this one. The short. Probably should have got out some right here as it got close to that whole number, but I'm going to hold on again. I've already taken some off, so not too concerned. All right, guys. So 129. So we only have about half an hour left. William says he'll keep the room open though until 3:55. Fluor. Is this bounce worthy? Boy, what just been moving down all day long. Yeah, hard to trust bounces when the market is. I mean, the market, other than that little jog up right here, get closer to the mic. Other than that little jog up right here, which started at about 10:25 and ended at 11, so we had about had a little half hour recovery, and that was it. SSNC. I don't think I've seen that one all day, so let's take a look at it. 45 degrees down. Yeah. Look at the 5. Look at the 2 even. That's about as good as it gets when you're trying to follow the wave, guys. Especially on the 5, it didn't pierce. It got into the wave a couple of times, but never got above it. When I'm talking above, I'm not see. Look at all the bars, sort of maintaining contact with the bottom of the wave, hardly getting into the middle of the wave at all, and certainly not getting above. And even on the 2 minute, I mean, there are a couple of instances, but even on the 2 minute, where you think is going to be a little more volatile, not really. Boy, that's good. This was not an earnings play either. I mean, so the news is, and the market doesn't like it. It says SS&C expands the transfer agency relationship with Allspring Global Investments. So, well, for whatever reason, the market doesn't like that. Yeah, exactly. I mean, look at all the headlines on that. But the market is thumping. I mean, it's a big float too. I mean, to be down 9%, 211 million in the float on news. That you're right. I mean, that doesn't like what is so terrible about that? But evidently, we don't know all the ins and outs. Well, here's the compare count window, guys, and yeah, I mean, nothing, hardly anything green coming through. Strange day though. I'm only one AI alert today, and I would have thought we'd have, well, certainly a few more on the short side. Just the one short opportunity. All right. Well, NPT did win, but you know what? It's just a little too crazy for me. But up to 12 and then right back down to 9. So I'm sure you mean it like a lot of short opportunities, right, Monica? That's what you mean by the brown. How many were there, just out of curiosity? Here it goes, guys. But I don't know. I mean, maybe if it takes out 12 again. That's a lot. You do a history, of course, but yeah, that's a lot though. 10. I do have William Scan up and running, which I may have to adjust because I'm just getting too many. I mean, even though I've adjusted it, adjusted it meaning I might have to increase the relative volume or something. The old William Scan, yeah. You mean can you buy it? Yeah, I don't know. I haven't tried. I haven't tried interactive brokers. I'm sure there are going to be some brokers can't short it, but there are no shorts available well readily anyway. But well, I was able to buy it. I was able to buy it. I didn't take very many. I thought the way you talked about it was that IB wouldn't let you do it. Unfortunately, I didn't take very many. I was just testing the waters just to see if I could buy it. No, yeah, I could buy this one, NPT, and woo, now it's halted. Could be great. I should have asked. I should have asked Monica or somebody else. if they'd had been able to buy NPT at Interactive Brokers today. Yeah, I have more than two, but not a lot. I should have asked you. Did you try today, Monica? Anybody else with IB? Well, obviously you can buy it. It's not. It is not. I should have asked. I did not mention Lightspeed as a top. Well, I think it's a reputable broker, but I did not. I have no idea about a long short list, Alan. No idea. Never had Lightspeed. The only we can do, ask anybody with Lightspeed who's in the room. Do you consider them having a long short list? Like a reasonably. I mean, like nothing is going to compare with Centerpoint, Cobra. Okay, nothing is going to compare Trade Zero. You're right. Somebody did mention that there were. Yeah, somebody did mention that there were shorts available. I think it was Dwayne that there were shorts earlier in the pre-market for NPT. Yeah, Centerpoint and Cobra. Those are they specialize in having. It's a little more expensive though. Okay, but Centerpoint and Cobra, they specialize in having shorts for, virtually anything. If that is your concern. What do you think, Tony, regarding Trade Zero? Now you know what? They are not zero commission unless. Like I think they're only zero commission though if you go in at market. Is that not correct? You cannot do a limit order and get zero commission. At least that's what I remember. Because we had a deal with them, That's correct. Okay. So I mean if that's not oh well, as far as brokers not going belly up, I mean trades, I mean any broker we're talking about here is I mean, look, there's no 100% certainty of anything, I suppose, but who are you asking about before? Not Thinkorswim, but who you Lightspeed. Yeah, I mean Lightspeed's been around for a while. Certainly Centerpoint and Cobra, they've been around for a long time also. So what's going to happen when this opens? Not a big clue yet. And when did it halt? 138. So it's going to open at 143 plus 19 seconds if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. I don't think anymore, Alan. We used to have a deal with Lightspeed, like we're talking years and years and years ago, that we could link with them and all that. So not anymore, though. That doesn't mean it's bad. Okay, it just means that we don't have a deal with them anymore. Oh, right. Look at this pop. Okay, I've taken some off, guys. I don't have very much, so I'm just going to hold on to the little piece I have left, just in case it does something really crazy. Man, I should have asked you, Monica, or somebody else. if we were able to trade this on IB. Again, I don't have. I already have a pittance left. I only started with a pittance, so I have half a pittance. That's it. Now, I'm serious. If it takes out this high later on, 1355, again, that might get it going again. Only because it hit around $30 in the pre-market, and that's what traders would be looking at. Yeah, well is right. 1350 down, and I think it's halted now. No, it's going to get halted. 100% is going to get halted. It's going to get halted. There we are. And now it's well, not a disaster, but look out. Well, guys, let's see, what time is it now? 1:46. So this was a very strong earnings play that was maintaining for the longest time, but finally it has succumbed also right around 1 o'clock. So EPD, will the VWAP hold it? At a dime away or so? Okay, so this is a differently phrased press release now for the Santander and Webster. Now they're saying is buying in a cash and stock transaction. So it's cash and stock, which of course makes it a little more volatile in terms of the stock price. Now, William, they look like they're really undervaluing it. Then you said you thought between 70 and 72. I think that's what you said. You said, yeah, between 70 and 75. Well, they're only going to get $48. So again, this is different from the first press release. See, the first press release said considering, okay, considering a deal to acquire. So now it has been finalized. Now, things can still happen, but it's not under consideration anymore. I mean, they've basically made the offer. Now, it does not say that Webster has agreed to it in this. Boy. Well, William, you mentioned the other one, the SSNC or something. Basically, look at this 45 degree on the SPY in the 5 minute. There's a good 45-degree angle right there. All right. You know what I'm going to do? I want to check the sectors now, see if there's any positive sector. Well, silver and gold probably are so positive, but my guess is that they've given a lot of it up. Yeah, remember when we looked at silver the last time, it was up around 11 or 12%. So it's still up. These are the top sectors, gold and silver and NRR and LR, sorry, but they've definitely dropped. You can see this move here in silver. You can see the move at the beginning of the day. It was nice, but it's been steadily giving up the gains. So the worst sector is still the semis and tech, XLK. And consumer staples is still pretty strong. 88% are up. Estee Lauder is down. Is this an earnings play? It is not an earnings play. It will be this week, but it's not today. Well, when the market gets a little jittery, you expect utilities to start performing, these dividend stocks. I think ASO is an earnings play. Pretty sure it is ASO. Nope. Thought it was an earnings play for some reason. Anyway, that's another look at the sectors. Ah, plus stock. Okay. I see what you mean. It is plus stock. I see what you mean. Okay. I should have looked at that. You're right, because now it's in the area you thought it might get to. All right, guys. Well, I may only have about 5 minutes left, unless there are questions. So, if you have any questions, good time to ask. Again, I can always stay later. I caught the end of what Andy was talking about in the YouTube room, and Andy is way more. Basically, he's a swing trader, and I think he said that he's going to have to abandon swing trading right now and concentrate on day trading. Well, this could be interesting. I mean, this has been 3 straight days down. OXLC, not an earnings play. I want to take a look at XLF, because that was the one that was getting kind of close to the 200-day. Yeah, look at that. I mean, it's still above it, but financials. That'll be a big one, if it takes out the 200-day. All right. So NVO, William is suggesting it didn't tag the VWAP. Yeah, yeah, not even close. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at my WY, and it's popping a little bit here, so I'm completely out of it now. I mean, these stocks right here, guys, these are really counter stocks, because I mean, these are large cap stocks that are still positive for the day and near the high of the day. Okay, so these are what I will call counter trend stocks. I mean, look what the market's doing, and these stocks are near the high of the day, and positive. So they're not negative for the day, but near the high of the day, they're also positive for the day. So this is definitely nice counter trend trades right in here. 685. Okay, I want to get the SPY chart weekly up. I want to see where is some support potential. So yeah, so 3 days ago, we were pushing those levels, 684. Takes that out, and the next lows are down here around 680. remember, I mean, looking at the monthly chart, I mean, that's just a little blip. That's just a little blip on the monthly chart. Even the weekly chart, I mean, you know, it's been a little choppy. So it's not like the SPY is collapsing. All right, guys, I don't see any more questions. So what I'm going to do now in the YouTube room, I'm going to put my homepage link. Well, it's already there. And if you want to head over to the main room, you can do so. You click on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit, and here it is, the trading room. Okay. So as always, thanks for all the help all day long. The trading room will be open. This room will be open at 6:45 a.m. tomorrow, and it's going to be open even after I leave until about 3:55. I will keep my layout up and running. So thanks for again all the help, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll get on the mic at about 9.